draped in the glare of the sun. The scars and diasporas are so loved. In shame, Negro heads are bowed. It's ancient though, yet modern is the wicked path cruelty is trodden to reserve fertile breasts full of milk for Johns and Does and their ilk. With blizzard palaces in Anchorage, Negro wealth and brains hemorrhage. Is it neo-slavery scars by stealth, or black knowledge's lack of wealth? Lies may not have truth to distort always. Hope is dimmed, distraught. Patience will pass the guilty verdict for weapons to disobey peace's edict. That's time bomb.
Kumasi Kumawood ɛyɛ baabi a wotwitwa mfonim a ɛde too Nigeria Nollywood deɛ no so. Ntɔkwa sini paa na agye Sinitwa dwumakuo bi a ɛwɔ Kumasi boa yɛn ɛma yɛtwa atakak no nnwom sini.
Welcome to M Studio, that's Murphy Studio. Okay, come around, man. I told you that I'm going to show you our to M Studio.
Murphy ɛyɛ sinitwani ɛwɔ Murphy Films. OG yɛ efie.
So, are you guys ready for me?
It's a great and a nice and a beautiful night. Yeah, as we are all cool. I think it's done.
Most of the problems we're dealing with, the hatred in this world because of lack of love. Mama yandido means let us love one another. Mama yandido domo domo somaji. When we love one another, then we have peace. Love brings peace. When you have peace, I have peace. And then we all can live as one. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's all about love one another. Mommy and the dog. We were born and eventually we're going to die. So we have a time frame. And within this period of time, there are a lot you can do. I don't like wasting the brain. I like to put it to use. And I know there are many things I cannot do, but there are certain things I know I can. So I'll do the best I can to, do it and let the world know who I am. Most of the time, I'm obscured. People don't know what I'm doing. And it's not like I'm trying to hide it from people. It's just that sometimes you need a push. And it's very hard to come by, especially in Africa or in Ghana. It's difficult. We have many talented people, but they can't come out because they don't have the means to. And that is why I'm still unknown. I'm in London, and it's huge, huge.
for a weather update, please, along our route of flight.
aurora borealis, the northern lights, are caused by energetic charged particles, mostly electrons, that bombard the Earth's upper atmosphere. The process is similar to that which occurs in the electrical discharge tubes, commonly used in commercial advertising signs. The atoms and molecules that make up the air we breathe emit light of characteristic colors when struck by high-velocity electrons. The most characteristic color in the aurora, green, comes from oxygen. The pink color in the aurora is actually a mixture of red and blue, both from nitrogen. Because the electrons are charged, they're deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. For this reason, the northern lights most commonly occur in a narrow band that crosses northern Scandinavia, Canada, Alaska, and the Soviet Union.
Along our route of flight.
There's a similar band surrounding the magnetic pole in the southern hemisphere, but it crosses mostly uninhabited areas. Simultaneous photographs taken from airplanes in the southern and northern hemispheres show that the lights are like mirror images of each other. Although auroral displays are seen most often in the polar regions, they are occasionally observed at lower latitudes as well. There are several reports of auroras from ancient times, from Greece and Rome, and also from China. One night during the reign of Tiberius Caesar, there appeared to be flames and smoke near the horizon. It was thought that the town of Ostia was in flames, and the Roman soldiers hurried there to help. But there was no fire. The red glow, apparently an aurora, lasted most of the night.
Yeah.
Hello, this is my king, Simon. This is the king of the day, but I can't keep it. Had to send it back to the ocean. Do it have some numbers up in the top corner? What do it say?
23.
Huh?
23.
All right. Well, I'll see you next month, okay? So I gotta send it back. Bye.
If I could reach the stars, I'd pull one down for you and shine it on my heart so you could see the truth. This love I have inside is everything it seems. Now that I find it's only in my dream. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could be a king, even for a day, and take you as my queen, I'd have it no other way. In this kingdom we would rule, in this kingdom we have made, and I'd be a fool, I'd have it no other way. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. If I could change the world, I would be the sunlight in your universe. You would really think my love was something good, baby, if I could change the world. An angel came down from heaven yesterday. She stayed with me just long enough to rescue me. And she told me a story yesterday about the sweet love between the moon and deep blue sea. Then she spread her wings high over me. She says she's gonna come back tomorrow. And I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Sure enough, this morning came unto me. Silver wings, silhouette against a child's sunrise. And my angel, she said unto me, today is the day for you to ride. Take my hand, she said that I would stand. That's when I ride. That's when she took me high over yonder. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. Then I said, fly on, my sweet angel. Fly on through the sky. Fly on, my sweet angel. Forever I'm gonna be by your side. be known. It's not so far away, but I still call it home. Sometimes I'm blessed with a stare and a smile, but I'll be right where I am. I learned I've enhanced my style. I'm so glad to be in sitcom. I can be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. So while I'm here in sitcom, no matter where I go, I won't need to leave. My mind has given me places as far as I can see. Loving the snow-capped mountains while walking by the sea. People here have helped my brand new star. No matter where I go, they'll always have a place in my heart. While I'm here in sitcom, can be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. While I'm here in sitcom, I go, I won't need to leave. While I'm here in sitcom, be in a fantasy I saw in a dream. While I'm here in sitcom, no matter where I go, I won't need to leave.
I was born in the east coast of China, an urban city called Hangzhou, very near Shanghai, which is, most beautiful city here. And I grew up singing Uyghur music, which is translated into Chinese. And so I thought, I never been there. I never visited the Xinjiang area. So, being a musician, being play so many different kind of music and work with the different cultural background musicians, and I sort of rediscovered my roots, and because people came from that area. Right now, the instrument you see, it's very much pear-shaped with the 4 strings, and actually very flat the back. But that kind of a shape came from 2,000 years ago, came from Central Asia. This project actually worked a couple years, I think 2 years, and more like a coming back to what the people's roots, and to play with the instrument from Central Asia, from Uyghur culture. Actually, first time Uyghur musician totally opened up to a Chinese musician, and we talk about everything: music, life, and the history. It was really, really touching. This collaboration gave us open mind, give us a fresh idea. This is the first time, actually, Central Asian music or musician work with a Chinese musician. This is the label for this kind of music.
My name is Wu Man. I play instrument called pipa. It's a pear-shaped, a lute-like plucking instrument with 4 strings. Pipa exists in China about 2, quite old instrument. Of the pipa, very elegant, just such beautiful to hold. Of course, I have no choice. A very different education system in China. Become a professional musician is not my decision. I was 9 years old, and I already knew that pipa will be or music career. I came to the United States in 1990. It was really shock for a young kid. I grew up with no other country's music. I want to challenge myself. I want to see how the musician's life outside of China and how can I survive, just play my traditional Chinese instrument. I really wanted to explore different kind of music, to work with the different musicians. So 1999, Mr. Ma had the idea of Silk Road Project, and he asked me if I interested. I think this ensemble is very unique. First of all, we all came from different cultural backgrounds. Secondly, we were all very young when we started. Many of the members, they were just got out from school and had no experience at all. Sort of we grew up together as a musician, and we all very passionate about music as well as wanted to know other culture. I have pipa and the shakuhachi on the bars 56.
The pipa shakuhachi is before 56.
So what is that? Katanza? Every rehearsal process, I learned from all the other musicians. That's the spirit of this ensemble. Of course, there are challenges. That's very different. I remember first time I played with Mr. Ma, and his cello sounds a huge sound and played for the bigger concert hall without amplification. And for my instrument, plucking instrument, very different color of the sound. And how can we play together? What is the balance?
The coolest thing is that actually for the first time in my life, I'm actually seeing what Wuman's talked about, is that the pipa and the oud are actually together, side by side.
The same color.
I know, I don't know how you... That's incredible.
We called it this morning.
You did, huh? It's a true coordination.
Definitely. It's a band.
I should cut my hair short.
I think so, and wear glasses.
We can all make the Beatles.
A lot of details during the rehearsal process we have to figure out. Definitely I changed the way I play the instrument, or I gained the knowledge about how I deal with the different music styles. When you going back to play your own traditional music, you feel differently. You feel much makes sense to you, and you feel music actually all same, the language. You know, people always mention the East means the West. I always laughing at that because, well, globe is round. So where is the East? Where is the West? It's just a different culture. I think I'm a very fortunate person. I had a chance to come live in the West, and I learned both culture. That's the richest part for musician, for artists. Limitation, there's no box, put myself there. I don't like that. I want to just get out and see the world.
Hey, I'm Chelsea Hansen. I am the mask artist for Whimsic, and this is my little studio, and I'm just going to show you the steps that I go through to make a mask. So first what I do is I find a plastic container. Has to fit your head. We have our form, the plastic form, and we're going to be covering that completely with the clay. And this clay is just any type of clay, the cheapest clay you can, because it's just used as a sculpting for mold's sake. So you cover that form, that plastic form that you have, completely with the clay, and then there is what you're going to build off of. While I'm building my top of the head mask, I'm thinking about how this guy is going to be oriented in space. So I'm already thinking about how he's moving, where he's going to be looking. And I usually start with a feature, and because these masks are caricatures, I accentuate the features. They're oversized, or even undersized. You can have them really tiny, like a really tiny nose and really big eyes, or so just think about what your guy's or animal is going to be looking like. I like starting with the nose just because that's like the middle feature. It helps to make it so that it's not a solid chunk of clay. If you can make it hollow, like a little pot, to create that nose feature. So don't try to make a big solid chunk of clay and make in the nose. The thing that I'm always thinking of while I'm making it is this character alive? You want to check throughout your building process is I put the mask on my wrist like this, and I have it look into a mirror, and you're wanting to just see, move it around and see how it looks. Can you make it so that it looks in a certain way, like that it's making eye contact, it's looking at something. So while you're moving it around, you're checking, is it looking at you? Is it looking down? Is it looking to its right and left and up to the ceiling? So you're just trying to give it life. With the eyeball, I make the shape of the eyeball and think about how that's going to be placed on the face. And after I've put the eyeball down, I need to think about the eyelid. So the clay, we want it to come apart easy. We're not wanting it to stick together completely. So then I get the eyelids in there. And eyelids are very distinct, gives the feature, pretty important feature. Now I'm just going to work on the inside of the eye. And that's making like the iris and the pupil. And that part, when you're doing this, is when you're also going to be wanting to check and look that your mask is coming to life, because the eye is the key in giving him, visual cue of like he's looking at you or not looking at you. And when I'm doing the pupil, the key is to give it not just a circular shape. You don't want just one big black dot. So here I'm showing you the difference. When you're making the pupil, you'll want to give it an odd shape rather than a one big circle, because when you have one big circle, it's just like a zombie. If you have it where the shape is varied, that can help the eye look. The thing to also realize is don't be afraid, because with clay, it's an additive and a subtractive process. You can add clay and then you can take it away. So it's not ever a mistake. There's always time to readjust. Like that, the nose just bent on that one part. So I was like, oh, well, maybe that would be a cool feature. Maybe his nose has ripples or something. Allow yourself to notice those things, like something that happens before you, rather than it's not a preconceived notion, it's just something that you see. Even your character's features, so that there's a balance with the weight, because you can make a mask where one of the features is weighing too much, like just taking up too much of the, it takes too much of the focus, where you're wanting the whole mask to be looked at. Of course, all the features, so this guy, just giving him a little more of a head, brow, how it changes. So that's how he looks like with the brow. There's what he looked like without it. So you can just, add all sorts of things to figure out, maybe he needs some ears. So you can play with different features. And like I said, clay is an additive and subtractive process. So you can always add ears and see, oh, well, does that work for that character? Should he have ears, or should he have a big chin or something? And you can put those on, and if you don't like it, don't be afraid. Like, you can always take those things off, because that's the beauty of the clay. This guy, I feel, is getting close to finished. So you just add add and subtract until you're happy with your character. You feel that he's got an expression and he's alive. And once you're happy with that mask, then we move to the next step of the mask making process. Okay, so this mask, so you had your clay form that you just finished, and the next step is to cover that clay form with tissue or toilet paper, and that makes it the toilet paper is a releasing agent, so that when we put the next layer, which has got a glue base, that will release from the clay. So I just paint the clay itself with water, and then I just stick the tissue paper into the crevices using the brush to just help get in that, and it's just a slightly wetted brush. So once you have covered your face, your mask completely with the tissue, you can move on to the paper mache. For the paper mache technique, I use this is tarlatan, and it's used in printmaking. Tarlatan is like a stiff cheesecloth. They just added something to give it some stiffness, so that just helps you in working with it to apply. With the tarlatan, I use a paper mache medium, a glue. Wallpaper paste is our gluing agent. And when you're applying the wallpaper paste, you want to just use your fingers to take the excess paste off. You don't want it to be soaking wet, you just want it to be coated. You just want the wallpaper paste to coat that surface. I have a small detail that's a little trickier that I can't quite get into the crevices. I'll cut this shape a little smaller so that I can get it into the smaller features, like sometimes with the eyes and things. Or you can use tools to help you get it down into areas like the mouth. So I do 3 layers of the tarlatan. All right, so now you've covered your mask with 3 layers minimum of tarlatan. You can do more, but I find 3 layers works pretty well. And you're gonna have to leave that for a day to dry. The wallpaper paste has to dry on the form, so you just leave it. And then when you come back, you're gonna be taking the mold out. So you're removing your basic form, and then we're digging the clay out of the mask. Clay tools I use sometimes to just dig it out, because there's parts that are not as easy. Once you've dug out all that clay, you're going to be looking to find if your mask has any weak points. And I'm also going to trim this edge and fold a piece of tarlatan over that. And because you want this edge to be stronger as well, because that's what's going to hold the most pressure. And then you have that done, and we'll be moving on to the next step. Now, after you finish the clay out, your mask will be just looking like this. It has a shiny glue finish. And in order to get your mask to take away, there's that texture of the tarlatan, I add a modeling paste. It's called Liquitex modeling paste. It just gives it strength, as well as giving you a texture that's not the fabric. You can add as many layers of this as you want. So you put your first layer down, and if you want to do a second layer, you got to let it dry in between. Once you've done your molding paste and you've let that dry, now we have our mask, and it's ready to put the gesso, or I use just plain white paint to prime prime it so that you'll be ready for the painting portion. So you put that paint on the front of the mask. You just I pour it on there and then paint it in. And this is just to seal the modeling paste layer so that you don't have to use as much of your paint to cover a surface. And then you want to also do it on the inside of the mask just to give it a clean finish. And once you've got your gesso on your mask, you're ready to decide what your base color is going to be. So the base color is the mid-tone of the mask. So depending on what kind of character it is, this guy's a human face, so I'll be thinking of more of a fleshy tone, but if you had, say, a turtle, you'll probably be wanting to think a little more green. So what I'm trying to decide on is my mid-tone. And so I get my fleshy colors of what I want, maybe adding a little red or what you're thinking your mid-tone is going to be. The mid-tone is the key because with that, we're covering the entire mask with this mid-tone. The whole mask is covered with this, and then we go back in and do the highlights and the shadows. So we're just mixing it until we're happy and we have a mid-tone that we think is going to work. So you want it not to be too dark or I guess too light, because you want to be able to lighten it and darken it for the details of the shadows and highlights. And once I'm happy with the mid-tone, I'm just covering the entire mask with that color. Once you have your mask covered with your mid-tone, you're going to come back and first I go back to do the shadow. So I add black paint or just some more of the darker paints to get the darker mid-tone. And you come back and do the detail of the shadows. Then I come back to do the highlights, points that are reflecting from the light. And then I come back to do the details, like the eyes. The eyes are usually my last thing that I come back to paint. We have our final mask with its highlights and its shadows and its details, the eyes and the reflections. So then our final step is to add the strap that holds the mask on our head. So we make 2 holes with a needle on the side of the mask. Then we're using fishing line. We make a loop of the fishing line and sew elastic onto that fishing line so that it will fit on your head. So just to review the steps, first we started with our plastic form, whatever size that fit on the top of our head. Then we built clay up off of that and added the character's features, making sure that that mask was alive. Then we covered our clay with a releasing agent tissue paper, and then over that we did our paper mache technique using tarlatan, 3 layers minimum of the tarlatan, our dried tarlatan mask where we scooped out the clay, and then we made sure to patch up the holes, and then we add our layer of modeling paste. Then when the modeling paste, we're happy with that, we've sanded it to where we feel it works good. Then we go to the gesso and the mid-tone painted layer, then adding our shadow and highlight details. Then finishing off with our mask, the painting with all highlights and shadows added. Then we go ahead and add our the strap that's holding the mask on our head. And you can become the froggy. And that, the end.
Don't you know you gotta be? You gotta be. Don't you know you gotta be? You gotta. Don't you know you gotta be? Everybody knows you gotta be. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You know you gotta be. You know you gotta be. You gotta. You gotta. You gotta. Everybody knows you gotta be. 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 Don't you know you gotta be? 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 Don't you know you gotta be?
yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be. Don't be a wanna be, just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be. Don't be a wanna be, just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be. Don't be a wanna be, just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be. Don't be a wanna be, just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be. Don't be a wanna be, just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be, wanna be. Just be yourself. Buzzies who wanna be, wanna be, wanna be meant to be.
Just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I tried. Let's just say nothing happened. Tried to change. I tried to change. I tried to change myself. Let's just say it didn't work out. That's what I say when people ask about it, yeah. That's what I do. I tried to change my mind. Let's just say I thought this time I might. Turned out the same as the last few times I've tried. Let's just say nothing happened. I tried to change. Tried to change. I tried to. Nobody's blues but mine, I know. That's why I'm staying inside tonight. 'Cause I don't wanna bother anybody with my troubles. No, there's nothing to do with anyone around me. That's why I'm keeping my mouth shut about it. But you know what I mean when I say the skin's thin on a bubble. Bubbles break. Lips hard, words start pouring out of my heart like my blood, saying it's straight when you give with a telephone receiver. My breath through the phone like the cars going by my window. With the sound of my buzzing machine, don't need the touch of a human being. You know me, I like being together with someone else. I know it's just a part of getting older. I know it's just a part of getting older. I know it's just a part of getting older.
sound? What sound? What sound? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? What? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where'd you get the huh? Where did you get that? Where did you get that? What sound? 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 What sound?
Sometimes life can make you crazy. It can really put your body to the test. You try so
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Crumpled Stuff, my new online class about making things out of cardboard, like this. Ooh. And paper mache, like this. There's going to be two parts for now. Part one will be the basics of cardboard as a material, how to make some simple shapes, and understanding the innate structures within it. Part two will be taking that cardboard object and covering it in this paper mache skin, which makes it much more rigid and durable and look nice. All right, let's get started. Now, first thing we're going to want to do is assemble our material and our tools. We're going to be using corrugated cardboard, which is the standard of any cardboard box that you know and love. Corrugation is when there's two outer plies of thin cardstock sandwiched between these ribs or ridges or alternating zigzags. That's going to give it a lot of structure, and it's going to let us build all kinds of things. Now, in terms of tools, it's really about being resourceful. I'm pretty outfitted with all kinds of cutting and attachment devices, but whatever you have, we can make it work. So if you have a utility knife or a box cutter, that's ideal. That's where the name comes from, cutting boxes. If you have one of these snap blades, perfect. X-Acto knife, perfect. Scissors are not the best tool for this because they're not designed to cut thicker cardboard, but they'll definitely work. If you have pruning shears, those work super well. They really do a good job of cutting through thicker stuff. Same is true with tin snips. They're a great way to cut cardboard. And if you have a small hand saw, that's really useful in sawing through rolled cardboard or multiple layers that have been stacked together. Again, if you don't have any of these tools and you're struggling, feel free to reach out to me. That's cutting. Now we have to attach the cardboard to itself. This is my favorite tool for doing that. It's a heavy gauge grip or plier style stapler. It really lets you get through all kinds of different stock, no problem. It's also got this sword or bayonet on the end. What that does is it lets you skewer the center part of a material and then staple an area that you might not be able to reach otherwise. So again, this is ideal. You probably don't have one of these, but if you have a regular stapler or a more light gauge stapler like this, that can work fine too. If you have hot glue works perfect. If you have double stick tape like this, that works great. If you have masking tape, you can wrap it around the cardboard, or you can make, the classic loops. Those work great. Packing tape works really well. Zip ties can work really well. Again, it's all about working with what you got, not what you wish you had. Okay, back to our box. So in a normal, standard cardboard box, there's actually a lot of technology in keeping it secure and stable. Because if you imagine a warehouse full of stacked boxes, they have to be able to support the weight of the previous one on top of the next one. The way that works is this corrugation that I mentioned earlier. So if you see, the zigs don't run on both sides. They only run on the top. What that means is that there are these vertical ridges inside the structure of each sheet of cardboard. And it's almost like a wall in a house. These are all 2x4 studs that are keeping it together. And the next box on top of the stack is like the roof of the house, pushing down on it. So this corrugation allows the box to really be able to take a lot of weight, no problem. So we want to use that corrugation to our advantage. So what we can do, let's just cut off a piece. Now if you notice, the corrugation, these ribs naturally like to be rolled this way. Because what happens is that all the ribs are still preserved. They're all basically as strong as they were when it was an undamaged sheet, but you've gotten a lot more flexibility now. So let's say I'm at this curve shape, I can still push down on it, and it's pretty rigid. Now, the other direction, if I tried to roll it this way, it really doesn't like being rolled that way. See, before it had those nice even ridges when I rolled it, and this way, it just doesn't like it. That's because every time you roll it this way, you're breaking those ribs. You're smashing the structure. So not only is it harder to roll your shape into a curved surface, once you have rolled it, it's really not strong at all. So now I'm going to break down the different elements of this jug vase thing and how I put this object together. So the first thing I did was I took a seltzer bottle and I sliced the top off. That does a couple things. One, it gives you a nice foundation to build off of. Cardboard can be very structurally sound, but if you're just figuring it out and experimenting, it's nice to not have to worry about it falling apart. So you can use this as your core and build off of that. What that also does is it makes the interior of your object waterproof, which is cool for the rest of its life as an object, because it means you can fill this with water, you can put flowers in it, you can put pens or whatever and not worry about it damaging the exterior. Okay, so let's say you've cut the top off your bottle and you have something to build off of. So let's go back to this jug. As I mentioned earlier, we want to work with our corrugation as much as possible, but we don't always have to. Corrugation strategically. So this piece was made from 3 sheets of cardboard. 1 sheet for this middle section, 1 for the arm, 1 for the other arm. This bulging part was made from the same sheet of cardboard. So if you imagine we took a cylinder and we pushed it down, that's what this bulge is. Now this bulge has more area than it did before. So you have to make these slits or slices throughout the middle section, letting it expand out. So what I did was I measured the circumference of my vase, and then I measured out a sheet of cardboard that was that circumference plus another inch so that it could overlap and allow you to attach it back to itself. And then I went through and I measured 1-inch sections throughout the whole thing. And notice that the sections do not extend on the top or the bottom. That's because I didn't slice the top or the bottom here. I only sliced the bulging section. And I want to preserve this section and this section as much as possible. As you can see here, it let me still make a nice smooth rolled surface. Okay, so now I'm going to go through and I'm going to slice along each of these lines, going from this top line to this bottom line. So I'm going to go through and do that to all of these. Jumping ahead in time, I've made these slices throughout the cardboard. As you can see, these middle sections are all separated, but the top is still one piece. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through and I'm going to break all the ribs in this middle section. So I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to sort of make a separation line. Okay. Now again, what I want is this section to be flat, and then bulge up in the center. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of massage it down like this. And just one more time, I'm going to do my best not to damage this section or this section, just this middle section. And if I have like a rolling pin, you can roll it on that. If you have a seltzer bottle, you can break it up with that. If you have a ruler, you can go through and just kind of soften up this section. But what you're really trying to do is just loosen up all of that corrugation and make it much more pliable and bendy. Okay, so now you can see we've got a pretty good little arch in the center. And wherever you see little chunky bits, that's where the corrugation wasn't quite broken up evenly. You can sort of go through and smooth it out, or not. I personally like the aesthetic when these are kind of wonky, but it really just about how much time you want to go through and make everything smooth and clean looking. Okay, so once you have this hump section, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap it this way. So this is the top edge around our bottle. Pretty cool. So now we have this expanded out section in the middle of our object. So now you can see I went through and I attached my bulging sheet of cardboard onto my water bottle. I attached the top edge with staples, and then I went through and attached the bottom with tape as a way to show that you don't need the staples to attach things onto cardboard and plastic, because again, this will all be ultimately covered in paper mache. And the paper mache is going to lock the whole thing in place, and it'll dry and tighten it up and make it much more rigid and make it work much better. So tape is really fine for much of this stuff. Now if you notice, the bulging sections are quite wide. So when we paper mache it, the paper mache will cover over that, but it may dip down and be not as much of a continuous surface. That can be fine if that's what you want, but you could also go through and cut yourself some little pieces that go in the gaps. So you can go through and stick these on, you know, like that, which will make it a much more smooth, continuous surface. That's just a choice, if that's what you wanted to do. It can also look really cool to have these voids when you paper mache it. You could also exploit the voids. You could paper mache it and let the paper mache fall down between here, give it, you know, more of a scallop surface. It's all your choice. So the way I made the arms of this jug was similar to the bulging section, but rotated 90 degrees. So I went through and I took a sheet of cardboard and rolled it very tightly, like this, along the corrugation line, and made a stick like this. You know, it's a pretty durable rod. And then I went along and made these slices in it throughout periodically throughout the surface, leaving the back edge of the stick, which is now acting as a hinge. You can see here, the inside of this is uncut. The outside has been sliced. So what that means, see here, what that means is that I can bend the section like this and make a nice curved shape, which I can, you know, take advantage of by this way, by making a nice curve that way, or if I wanted to now change the direction, on the opposite side, now you can make yourself a nice S curve. And then once you have your little handle, you would just attach it here, attach it here. I used hot glue for this one. You could tape it on, you could do whatever. Maybe you do like this. That could be cool actually, a little third arm. Cool, I think that's everything. Oh yeah, and then I also went through and made these little slits on the top so that when it's all mached, it'll flare out a little bit. Just thought it would kind of look nice. Cool. That's our jug thing. All right, well, thank you for watching and or participating in Crumpled Stuff, the first session of my new online workshop series. I really love working with cardboard and paper mache. It's probably my favorite material. I love that it's so cheap and often free. I love that it's really easy to work with. I love that it's forgiving, and I really love that it's eco-friendly. It kind of drives me crazy that so many artists make art that's about sustainability and the environment and climate change when the art itself is extremely resource heavy and wasteful and decadent, when I think you can make really cool, interesting, resonant art out of nothing. So thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this session or got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks over at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. You definitely don't have to. It's hard times for everybody. Thanks. Bye. Welcome back to Crumpled Stuff, my workshop series focusing on cardboard, paper mache, and other simple found materials. Today we're going to be going over paper mache, how to make it, how to use it, and why I think it's cool. There's a lot of different styles and recipes for making paper mache. My preferred method is cornstarch. That's all you need, cornstarch and water. When you're buying your cornstarch, this is the brand I like. It's the easiest to find and it's the cheapest. You want the cheapest cornstarch not only because it's cheap, but because the cheaper stuff has nothing else in it. I've seen fancier cornstarches that have like whatever added to it, but this stuff, you can see it says ingredient, singular, cornstarch. That's all we want, cornstarch. Okay, so let's get started. First, let's assemble our materials. You're not going to need any fancy supplies to make paper mache, just fancy techniques. So like I mentioned, we're going to start with cornstarch. We have 1 cup of that. We're also going to need water, both boiling water and lukewarm water. And then we're going to need paper to make the paper part of the mache. I prefer brown paper grocery bags. If you don't have any of these on hand anymore because you've switched to reusable bags like we all should, then any kind of heavy paper will work great. If you have butcher paper, craft paper, that's ideal. But if you don't have any heavier craft paper like that, you can use printer paper, you can use newspaper. I personally don't love newspaper. I find it to be too thin, but it's all about being resourceful. So whatever you have, we can always make it work. Okay, that's our paper. And then we're gonna need a nice sized mixing bowl, something to mix with. I have my cool bent up fork that I like. You're gonna need a tray to take the paper mache and put onto as you're working. And then you're gonna need an object to apply your paper mache onto. If you watched my previous video, I went over how to make this cardboard vessel. Since that video, I built it out a little bit, added some more shape here, added a top, put these arms on. I also put some weight in the bottom. I added a second cap of plastic on the top, on the bottom, and put some screws inside to weigh it down. So now it's a little bit more stable. You know, optional. If you didn't build anything out of cardboard, paper mache can be attached to almost anything. I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, so let's start making the goop. Take 1 cup of cornstarch and put it in your mixing bowl. Add to that 1 cup of lukewarm water. You don't want this water to be hot because that will activate the starch too early. You don't want it to be too cold because then the starch will not want to activate at all. So you want it to be just right. So now we're going to go and mix the starch and water until it's this thin slurry. Okay, that looks good. Now this part is very important. We're going to add 1 quart of boiling water, about 4 cups, to this slurry. As we pour, we're going to whisk continuously. When that happens, it's going to activate all the starch and turn it into this thick, beautiful, glossy gel. That's our goop. The technique is really important in this because it's really easy to not have the chemical reaction happen where it turns into that gel. It's happened to me many times. So the key is that you want your water to be really boiling, a full rolling boil, and you want to pour the water as fast as you can. I've made the mistake before of doing a slow stream, but you want to really dump the boiling water while you're doing this as quickly as you can. All right, here we go. So I've got my nice, robust boil really cooking. So I'm gonna, again, continuously whisk. I'm gonna take my boiling water, I'm gonna pour it in. And just like that, we have this beautiful, glossy goop. Oh yeah. I really honestly think that fresh paper mache goop is just one of the most beautiful things. Look at that. Oh baby. Mama. Okay. So this is our goop. Now, this is going to be boiling hot. So if you wanted to, you can thin it out a little bit by adding cold water. You can also put it in the fridge. You can put it aside, let it cool for a little while. As my goop cools and gets to a more comfortable temperature for my little hands, I'm going to show you how to fillet a brown paper bag. So when we're making our mache, what we're doing is we're getting rid of all the machined edges. First, we're going to take off the handles. Okay, now open it up, and we're going to remove the spine, which is this seam that runs down the paper bag. If you take 2 fingers and kind of hold it in place, you can remove just that piece. Now we're going to remove this foot going along this folded edge. So now we have our fillet, and then we're going to take this top machined edge and we're going to take that off. So the reason why you want to take off the machined edge is that this rougher edge now has all these soft layers to it, and as we make our goop and our mache, these soft fluffy layers will merge together much better and make a nice smooth surface. This machined edge will never really go away. It won't attach as well, it'll kind of flap up, and it just won't work very well. So you want to remove that edge. So now you have a sheet with no machined edges. Make a bunch of squares that are roughly hand size. My goop has now cooled to a pretty comfortable temperature. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my sheets of paper, I'm going to scoop a little goop, I'm going to cover both sides thoroughly with the goop. Look at how luxurious and glossy it gets. It's very soothing to assemble your papier-mâché. So don't leave any dry bits and get it nice and covered. So this is about the amount of coverage you want. You don't want it sopped, but you want it pretty good. So then we're going to wad it up into this loose ball. You can see it's not so tight that I squeezed it, but it's pretty well together. Put that ball in the tray. Now I'm going to go through all my paper. I'm going to make all these balls, and I'm going to sit this one here and let it cook. Let it melt and congeal. And by the time I finish a section of balls, the first ones are pretty much ready to use. Now there's the question of what are we going to apply our paper mache to? As I said previously, I'm going to use this cardboard vessel I made in the last video, but you don't have to do that. Paper mache will stick to all kinds of stuff. Whatever you have lying around, you can make into a paper mache sculpture. Blue foam is something that I use a lot to carve with. It sticks great to paper mache. If you're a clay person, clay and paper mache go great together. What I would do if you're going to use clay is wrap the clay in cellophane wrap, something that the paper mache won't stick to, because clay will kind of melt into the paper mache. You can use wire, you can use, found objects, stick them together, cover them in paper mache. What I love about working with paper mache is that it unifies the surface. So, the bottom of this was plastic bottle, the side is cardboard, but now it makes it much more cohesive. So if I wanted to cover this in paint, I could. If I wanted to take an object just as is, not change it, I could paper mache this jar, and then it becomes a great surface to paint designs onto, whatever you want. All right, I think my wads are pretty well cooked. You don't want to wait too long because the sheet will break down to the point where it's no longer a sheet, and the structural integrity of the paper becomes more difficult. But this is a nice amount of melt. So what I'm going to do is take a little bit of goop. I'm going to apply it directly to my object. What's nice about working with cardboard specifically is that it, like the paper, absorbs the mache. The cardboard will get more rigid from the mache in the same way that the paper will on top of it. I think they become really nice together. So I'm going to cover my guy in goop. You want to be careful to just get it wet. You don't want it so thick that the goop can't dry under it, because you can definitely have a piece that seems as though it's dry, but there will still be some gunk under the surface that will sometimes never quite dry. All right, so for now, I just gunked up this one section. If I do the whole thing, it might start to dry before I get it done. So I'm just gonna do this part for now. I'm gonna take my sheet, I'm gonna rip small sections from it. Because if I take the whole sheet and I apply it here, I'm gonna lose all of that detail. So what I wanna do is just take my little piece and apply it in a way where it's nice and smooth. And when there's a crack or a seam, you can take a fingernail or a little, tool or a spoon or a ruler you have. If you want to, you can work it in the cracks or not. Now, one more thing to think about is that if you're doing a thinner paper, like newspaper or computer paper or a magazine or whatever paper you decide to use, if it's not as thick as this brown paper or craft paper, I would probably skip the wadded up ball method and just take a sheet of paper, rip the machine edges off, apply the goop to it, both sides again, and stick it right onto the object. I would experiment. If you find that your paper is too thin, keep playing with it until you get the effect that you want. Now, as I finish up this first layer, something to think about is how many layers you're going to apply to your object. I mean, there's a few different rule of thumbs you can think about. You want to remember that this is essentially a sheet of paper with some glue on it. So every layer is like a sheet and a half of paper. So, for this case, this is not something that needs to be structurally sound. It already has the cardboard underneath. For most of it, I think one layer will be fine. I have these ridges here. Let's say I want to really preserve a little bit of that hard edge. One layer will be fine. Because if I do 3 or 4 layers, it's going to soften up a lot and you'll lose that crispness. Maybe you want that. If you put on 4 or 5 layers, it's going to look, these indentations will get much more subtle. But even still, like this connection point here, I would probably do at least 2 or 3 layers, even on this simple object, on that connection point. If this was a load-bearing object, like if you were making a puppet or a costume or something that was getting a lot of action, I would plan on, at least 3 layers. Because really, if you take care of this stuff, don't get it wet, it can last indefinitely. So if you imagine the life of the object in the future, maybe you'll be careful with it, but who knows who will yank on it and what the stress point will be. So I would really plan on this being a permanent object that, you know, could last forever. I've now flipped my object upside down so that I can get the underside. Flipping it around like this also gives you a new perspective to see any areas that might not look right or that you couldn't quite see. All right, and my object is now fully covered in paper mache. I'm gonna let it dry. I set up this piece of wood on a clamp here, and I'm gonna hang it upside down. So this way, nothing that's wet will be touching the ground. If you don't have a situation where you can hang it upside down like this, you can apply the paper mache in 2 sections. So do the top half, let that dry, flip it, do the bottom half. What to do with the rest of your goop? If you have leftover goop, you can save it. It will keep indefinitely. Just grab a sheet of cellophane, and you would just make sure that it comes in contact with the goop so there's not any air touching it. And this will keep in the fridge indefinitely. If you don't want to keep it, if you have had enough goop, you can just pour it down the drain. You know, whatever. It's totally water soluble, non-toxic. Today has become tomorrow, and my vessel is now fully dried. Or I should say it's 98% dry. There's still a few little spots that are kind of wet. I would probably let it get 100% dry before I painted it or did anything else to it. But at this point, you can handle it and not really worry about messing it up. Drying time really varies with paper mache depending on the environment that it's in. If it's a hot summer day in the sun, your paper mache can dry in an hour, 2 hours. But you know, it's still a pretty dreary spring here in New York, so it took overnight and it's still not 100% cured. But this could be a finished object if I wanted to. I could add paint to it. I like using house paint because that makes it a little bit waterproof. You could add flocking to it, you could put feathers on it, you could put rhinestones on it. This can be a foundation for more building, or this can be the finished object. If you wanted to, you could go through and sand off rough spots and little folds, and then do spot touch-ups to make it more perfectly smooth. Cover it in plaster. Really anything that you want to do, you can do with paper mache. That's it for today. Thank you for watching and or participating in this workshop. If you got anything out of it, feel free to kick me a few bucks at Venmo. I'm at Nick DeMarco. Don't feel obligated to, it's hard times for all of us. But if you do make anything from the workshop, please do send it over to me. A bunch of people sent me stuff they made from episode 1, and it warmed my little heart. I'm gonna post the recipe for the goop in the comments, so you can look at that. And if you have any requests for future classes, also hit me up. Thank you, bye.
Yo, what's good? It's day number 37, 20, 40, 20. It's day number 28 of the quarantine, and your boy's getting a little bored. So today I'm going to make a project that I've been working on for a while. I've been teasing the project for a while. It's a it's a leather planner. It hangs on the wall. I don't really know what else to say. I figured now would be the perfect time to make it. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Peace.
Hello everyone, welcome to Pep's Blends. I'm your host, Pep Ventura. I'm here today with some of these fine ingredients. Gonna whip them up into some smoothies. Helping me out today, I got my son, Pep Jr., and providing the soundtrack over there, my brother Skip. As we know, it's Brooklyn, we keep things moving here, you know. I'm not gonna keep you waiting, and I'm not gonna wait around either. So let's get going, let's make some smoothies, all right? Turn down for nut, AKA the allergy bomb. Because a lot of nuts in here and kids these days with allergies, you know. Peanut butter, you know, always sticks to the roof of your mouth, right? Not in this smoothie. This is a real hearty smoothie, it's gonna fill you up. Oh, look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that texture. Whew. Hey, my man, how you doing, brother? Hey. Brother, what's happening? Oh, I'm great, man. I know you're a guy, you like to work out, keep fit. It's true. This one right here, the Turn Down for Nut. Full of protein, full of minerals, gonna really be good post-workout. I want you to try this for me.
Damn, that's fire.
Now that's a serious blend. Next up, we got one called You're Very Welcome. This one chock full of berries, really beautiful color. Let's get going. I'm gonna give it a nice sour punch. Or use green tea, a little caffeine, give it that boost. Nice antioxidants in here as well. Oh, look at that beautiful color. All right, and my next guest who's gonna enjoy You're Very Welcome is my own daughter, Meg. Good to see you. You're looking very beautiful. Hey, okay, try this.